Hey Githin, how are you doing? Getting started up real quick while I have a moment to actually fucking breathe. I was testing the Project Zomboid server while offline. While not streaming it, I should say. And I'm badly injured. I'm fucked. I'm doing good. How are you? Oh wait, you said you're doing good. I'm glad you're doing good as well. Oh, fuck. Uh, uh, uh. Okay, now I need to disinfect all the rags I can. Can at least... I shouldn't be out. It's still nighttime. Why did I run out? That's not good. Free. Yeah, things really got bad. Now I need to wash myself. It's been a while since I've seen you though, Gethin. I hope you've been doing good. Nope. Actually, wait. Is this stuff that Evil was talking about? Uh, back should. Uh... Let's see. Throw you in there. Throw you there. Don't necessarily need screws. What else can I throw in there? These. Wait, how much does the propane tank weigh? Where is the propane tank? Oh. Yikes. I would kill my back carrying that. I don't like the sound of that. uh, oh, ice cream's actually going bad. You guys a friend again and I have... Oh, that's nice. That's very good. Please don't kill my back. Oh, it actually doesn't. Good, good, good. Where did evil go? I can't run. Oh. Evil, what did you do? Oh, ho ho. Don't ignore me. I don't like this. You dropped your hat, sir. Where's the leak, ma'am? Okay, now my back is completely suffering. And my bat broke. Well, at least that lightens the load a little bit. Uh, Group. I don't like Taco Bell. I... You bitch! Come on! Holy fuck. Ah! I'm like a zombie mowing machine. This new zombie ate my neighbor's game is... What? What is that English? I'm too full to eat. Probably should go to evil. Ah ha ha ha. I'm... No, no! I did not like that. I should have had the capability to fucking push them off. Construction factory. Yeah, boomer enough to remember that. I'm sorry, what? Jeez, I already had one scare. I do not want to deal with another. I am playing with evil, for the record. Look at this. Look at this police looking guy with his woman's purse. Wait, is it time bugged? Oh. Camera junk. Wait. Oh, the summon's uncooked. What is this place? Probably a good area for me to rest a bit. You're all big sad. I actually don't have a snack. I don't have a snack. In fact, I was gonna eat earlier, but Evil and I ended up testing if this server was good. Even shut the fuck up, Ree. Stop bullying me. I can probably make some cheapo salad. Then you're a stinky X-Man. How did I already get a level of cooking? I haven't even cooked that much. Alright, that should be... I will hydrate though. Okay, so... Everyone never messaged or answered back, but... I don't think the time is bugged now. What's in here? Absolutely fuck all. Probably for the best. What's Evil at right now? Higher up. He probably checked this car already. Right. The lock is broken.
Shut the fuck up, Ixan. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Or I'm gonna...
Teach you what for. Wait a minute, this isn't the hotel, is it? Our original base? It is! Evil's back at the basic hotel. Holy fuck, this area is a lot more populated than I remember. Shut the fuck up, X-Men Reed. I'm really gonna have to break the window, aren't I? Come on. Wow. This is just gonna be this session where I suffer indefinitely. Shit, that's severe. I'll take the empty bottle. Come on. Nothing of value aside from a bandage. Sheesh. I am having such fuck all luck. Okay, survived. Uh... I love how I said I'm on my way to help evil, but I'm struggling here. Evil can probably handle himself. Can't eat anything. I ate all my food. With the exception of the salmon, but I have to cook that. Jeez. Nope. This is starting to get bad. This is bad. And I'm only attracting more attention. Jeez. This is crazy. No. Okay. I'm at a good sit-down point right here. I just have to keep a very watchful eye around me. How's my health? Bad. Nope. No time. Alright. Quickly switch bandages. I can run again at least. That was actually funny. That was actually funny. God, it's been fucking ages since I've actually been at the motel. No, let me actually move the chat box somewhere readable. Toggle move display bars together. Oops. A little bit weird of a setup, but I guess it'll be okay. So, we're in a relatively good position now. Honestly, I didn't even know we were gonna go this way. Aha! I see a group. Uh... I think I'm gonna move the chat again. God damn it. I don't like that. No! Goddamn fucking jink immune system. If I fuck up through my own means, that's one thing, but... Like yesterday with the fucking emote thing. Bring comfy couch. This is taking a lot longer than the, And there's nothing in here. What a waste of time. Hello, Sopacorn. How are you doing? Well, at least there's stuff in there. That's good. I'm glad you're doing good. Bag of concrete powder. Not public, but between friends. But it is a server that I started. Evil. The disadvantage of playing with someone who's not in voice call. Holy fuck. That was close. Bar, scrap metal. I didn't drop everything from my... That window's no-go. Damn. None of these are gonna open up? Oh. Wait. Sprite. I see that logo. That's funny. I like using a crowbar. I may feel good about myself. Re. Jeez.
Wee! Wee!
Alright, exertion bar is full again. How the fuck did Evil get all the way over there so fast? Okay, we're not be like that. Come on. Motherfucking aiming system. Jeez. Re. I'm not playing Pokemon Unite, X-Men. Ooh, I will eat that while it's still good. Ah. I need to put some stuff away. No, I won't. You can't tell me what to do. Another scratch. I just have the worst fucking luck. Well, at least I know I only have 2 bandages. Jeez. Oh, come on. I was just thinking maybe this can be a temp base too. Oh, come on. No! I meant to open the window. I am fumbling all about right now. Smoking in a church. I'm a I'm a pretty bad rebel. Oh boy. I'm having quite the experience. What am I even What am I even wearing? Am I wearing boots? Yeah, military boots. That have a hole in them, of course. That would probably explain why I keep getting holes. Or not holes, but scratches. Why does everybody have sneakers? Really? That's interesting. Sneakers, sneakers, strapped shoes, I guess. It's something. I'm going to scream. Can I please stop injuring myself? At least I haven't died yet. That's one good thing. I had one scare with a bunch of zombies and I ended up getting scratched, but not a bite. I need to try to get caught up with evil. Maybe I need to wear more protective clothing instead of just a dress. Ooh. I will hydrate and, well, I don't have a snack, so Alright, so I'm able to make... I should eat... Wait. I should cook this really fast. No, I'm not a... I'm not a snack. I did that. Kill me. Oh boy. Why is this taking so long to cook? Snick snack. Silence. Nope. Wait, where did Evil go? He's moving so far ahead of me. I have time though, let me at least hydrate. There's the hydrate. Alright, let's see which one of your clothes I can take. It's summer, so I shouldn't dress too warmly. Come on. Give me a break. Jeez. Evil, wait for me, jeez. Oh, come on. Okay, never mind then. Come on. I just can't get a break. I cannot get a fucking break. I don't even want to know what my... Okay, good. It's actually still in good condition. Oh boy. This genuinely feels like the fucking hard mode of Project Zomboid. I'm not being given a chance to take a break. Oh, come on. Re- Why would I be that lucky? This game doesn't like me. This game thinks I'm too powerful and thus... is nerfing my luck. Well, to be fair, I did want a challenge, so there's that. No! I hate the aiming system sometimes. Sit down for a moment. Jeez, this one was a rebel. Has a bandana on and smokes. That car looks like in perfect condition. Oh, come on. I wouldn't complain so much if I wasn't so badly injured. To be fair though, I did start off with injured. I found a car. am I suddenly so overloaded? I say as I'm literally carrying a propane tank in my fucking backpack. Fuck the chisel. I'm gonna skip it. No! God fucking damn it. I'm not gonna lie, that's mildly upsetting. Kinda digging this doctor trip though. Kinda But of course I get it. This is not Pog. This is not Pog. Hmm. This game is being unforgiving right now. I'm... I can't catch a break. Ah, no. When did Mall Drop become so fucking packed? I don't remember it being this packed. There's... Great. And a meta event. Let me see if there's anything I can quickly grab from here. Gotta be something I can use. And of course there isn't. Is this the car that Evil was talking about earlier? Right, I don't have a pencil. God, ah. This is actually mildly frustrating. I want some time to at least prepare. Everything is locked. I have no weapon. I'm basically crippled with how injured I keep getting. Come on, keep running. These are fast shamblers too, and... Re... Re... There's my character. Unfortunately... Kindly fuck off, please. Right, no pencil. I can't mark my corpse's location. Well, at least I finally found evil. I'm gonna try to distract them while evil... does his thing. Evil, please, I don't have a weapon. Oh my god, that was scary. In a fair fight, I'm good against zombies, but... Very... Oof. Of course. Oh, I'm gonna... I'm not having the best of times. Re... There's a whole bunch of stuff that can be looted from this, though. Come on, where's the crowbar, though? Now, where's this then that Evil was talking about? Northeast. So he probably means this yellow building. Yeah. This place will do. Man, you really actually could make a base out of this place. It basically has everything you could already ever want. Real question is, though, where in the saloon did he put the crowbar? I can't seem to find it. A magnum? Huh. I could take that. Oh, main kitchen. The one place I didn't look. Awesome, thank you. Ay, ay, ba. Hey Arapama, how are you doing? I'm okay. Suffering from severe bad luck in this game. We have a good base though. I didn't know the saloon was in this location. It's starting to rot. I gotta cook this right now. That's good that you're doing good, X-Men. I mean, not X-Men. Fucking Arapama. Free. Let's eat this right now. Dang, there's no... Okay, I think Evil's kinda insane. Free. I... Okay, the thing is though, X-Man, I didn't know that the game would invite you. I thought it would just allow you to join the server if you ever got the game. Orico messaged me about that earlier too. Okay, so I'll take this, and come morning, what I'll probably do... Oh, I need a saw. Nope, shut the fuck up. You smell bad. And I also didn't notice that my phone died. Unree. Ree. Lunchbox? For me? No. Wait, what? Evil? Damn it, of course it's locked. Oh my god. Oh, I don't think he does, but okay. Okay, let's see. Um, Oh, I'll hydrate in a minute, as soon as I'm fucking safe. I'm by no means safe right now. Alright. I'm putting everything I don't need right now into here to organize later. Alright, X-Men, there's your hydrate. Um, one thing I know I really want to do. Re! Those curtains. Alright, so now that I'm safe, I can put away a lot of things. Do 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 do. This can probably be my main cooking area. until I can make the lower section of the saloon safe. Why is my... Oh, thank goodness. Is my luck finally turning around? There's no pens or pencils around here, is there? I don't think so. Dang it. That's unfortunate. I'm just gonna store the general stuff here so that I'm not killing myself, which apparently I still am. Okay, and I need to disinfect bandages. Which leaves me with no bottle, apparently. I'm gonna store water bottles in the fridge for any who ends up joining. Antidepressants, I do need that. And now that I have a holster, I can equip this as well. Oh, that's right, I have stuff in my backpack. Industrial propane tank that can be placed here, guess. Actually, no. Propane tank, you're killing my back. Where are you? There we go. And for now, I shall eat this before it goes bad. Hunger's not that bad, so I'll eat a tiny bit. I don't know what I'm gonna do from this point on, though. Read farming, I guess. I think I'm gonna put on Pokemon music. Not meme Pokemon music, just... I might be pinged. Oh, I guess that's kinda understandable. I guess we'll go with creepy Pokemon music again. Actually, aw, this'll work. I love how my avatar is perfectly bouncing around to that. Jeez. Wow, X-Men's scared. Yeah, it's Lavender Town. It's actually the original Pokemon Green Beta Lavender Town. I just found a random playlist. Kinda sharp on the ears, not gonna lie. Oh yeah, I know. I actually kind of like creepypastas for the spook. I didn't follow them when they were made. I followed them starting around like 8 years ago. But yeah, I'm very well aware of what controversies the Lavender Town theme had. Very spoopy. Was it ever... was it ever, like, verified whether people actually had seizures listening to that? Or something? This is starting to rot, so I'm actually gonna eat all of it right now. Yeah, true. Okay, so now I have a pencil. I'm gonna mark this as a base. Wait, is this just a repeat? No. Maybe I'll switch back to my regular... Oh, creepy Pokemon playlist. Seems easier to hear. Alright, so my leg is still badly injured. And until I can fortify the area, I'm not too positive I want to... do too much with it. For one, I don't even have an axe, which means I can't do shit. Three empty bowls. Thought of Pokemon Window? Or Pokemon Emerald, Pokemon Window. I can't English. Emerald was ported to that? Interesting. That's not what I wanted to do. I'm having a major skill issue moment this entire stream. What is over here? Hopefully something useful. Looks like a lot of dirt. Unfortunately. Okay. I can kind of run now. Can I... Fuck. I'm gonna be out here too long. Oh, that's cool. I kind of want to do a randomizer of Pokemon Emerald. Jeez. So much ripped sheets. Oh, we're in the woods. Okay. You know what? I think I've had enough Project Zomboid for one day, given how much unlucky events have happened tonight. I'm gonna return to base and probably switch out to Ace Attorney. But, before I do that, I'm gonna make food, because I'm actually hungry. Look, they're a happy couple. Look at them. I'm gonna have to deal with group before I can even exit game, aren't I? Happy unalive. You know what? Actually, hold on. Is there a... There's gotta be... I'll leave it. Are you spooked out, chat? Are you ready for the spoopy? Wow, it's almost July. It's almost Halloween. Wow, Halloween. It's only approximately, I can't math. It's only approximately, like, 3-4 months away. Wee! I'm actually excited for fall. I really don't like summer, but I love the aesthetic of fall and winter most of all. Alright, and I've been thinking about it, and I hope I'm not going to regret this decision. But... Kinda like this view, I'm not gonna lie. But, we're gonna go on ahead and just place this back down. Yeah, this is a very pretty... not that... This is a very pretty view. I'm probably gonna take some time to formulate a plan when it comes to this space. It's certainly not the mall, so hopefully it's not gonna, like, kill frame rates. But... I like it. Now really quick... I'm going to go on ahead and start up Ace Attorney. Because we are gonna get our thinking caps on. Wee! Supposedly this game supports... Oh, it does. Okay. Let me just... lower down the volume, because it's kinda loud. I'm vibing to the music, though. It's just a thinking game, so I'm probably gonna have it raised a little higher than normal games. But, wait, why is it not showing? Okay, I'm gonna make a new game capture. Please work? Yes, it does work. Alright, I'm gonna go on ahead and change the stream title and then make some food. Smart Chronicles. Yeah. I'll see you all soon. I'm sorry, Gran. Do you want to run that by me again? Read. Okay, why is the controller not working now? There we go. Henry, shush you, Vex. I have ice cream, so I kinda sorta have a snack now. Alright. What's the special content? Oh. This is cool. Shush you. Wait, what? Oh.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Sorry, I forgot this game requires reading, and I was putting ice in my drink. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan waiting to decide my fate? We murdered someone! That's the end of the game. We're guilty. What? Oh. No, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. At least I have eyes. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Innocent until proven guilty. Technicalities, look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryuno Suki? Suke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. He's a lawyer, it's his job. Ha 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 ha. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up and hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, That's such a long name to keep repeating. Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi. My best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. True, I'll just simply say Ryu. Yes, that's when all this happened. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there is some mysterious aura blowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. And that was right before everything happened? Yeah, it was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Oh, this kiss has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi. Was he the victim's best friend? You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryu. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Ugh, this is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotobo. I keep reading the dialogue before it's even finished. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. That's a severe consequence. Ah, as I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. I will hydrate. Wow, I'm being bullied by chat. There's the hydrate and snack. He's agreed to defend me knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. So they're basically incredibly strict. I don't believe it. Dot 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 dot. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. See, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry, what do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right? So, as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. Just like a wedding. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not.
Defeated!
Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our... I'm sorry, what? Surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours.
What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear?
I'm sorry, when the screen flashes like that, I just feel like that's what a character's voice sounds like. Get moving, there's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. You don't even know shit! Don't be so quick to judge. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. November, 9 AM, Supreme Court of I'm sorry, I'm stupid and don't know English, apparently. Judicature, Courtroom 2. Look how nervous. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature, no court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of these people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, Ryu. It's about to begin. The classic old gavel sound. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defense's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, all responsibility is on you. I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Kazuma is the lawyer here. I can't defend myself. If I said I do, it would be tantamount to lying. And I've been accused of murder, for goodness sake. This is no time for lies. Try to stop fidgeting, Ryu. It's distracting. But if I don't say I'll defend myself now, things could end very badly for my friend. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's...
Yes!
Okay, I didn't even get to finish that. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be...
What?
What are you playing at, Ryu? Professor Miko Toba told me everything, just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dream of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Miko Toba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. It's literally... I'm very well aware of that, motion. It's literally a part of the Pain family. Well, well.
Does,
Hold on.
does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Hmm? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I was thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, at least for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
I can't actually keep doing that. I'm just gonna... Would anyone be opposed for me reading dialogue in my regular voice? As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Ouchie. Ouchie. You're technically not wrong. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But... wait. Ugh, I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryu. Let me guess, your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. And simple. You can access the court record with the press of... RB. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press RB for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. This is a list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with RB. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. A second year at the Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend and, despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Yujin Mikotoba, age 42, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yumei University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Takatsuchi Aochi, age 51, the lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes that cultural reformation has brought about. John H. Wilson, age 47, the victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yumei University from the British Empire. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting for any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press Y to present. Try it now.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to Yumei University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yumei University, are you not? Yes, it's only been specified like 5 times. Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Ugh, but I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, isn't it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in an English class tomorrow then, partner. British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table. And introduced myself to Mr. Dr. Wilson. Mr. Dr. Wilson, that's his name now. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Dependent Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this Professor of Medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death, well obviously that was, Ryu. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Post-mortem record. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by a loss of blood from a gunshot in the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body.
Yes!
My ice cream's melting. Quick chat, redeem a snack. Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. Wow, I can't believe chat's bullying me, even though I totally asked for a snack, redeem. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called I can't English today. Photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, Counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Alright, X-Men. Photograph window. photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. Photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's a photo. I'm ashamed of myself. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. So he's never... So this must be early on. The fact that he's seen a photograph for the first time. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well, I'm satisfied. I'm a moron. Very well, I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Ugh, this is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said... Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is... Stop looking like you're fucking guilty! Rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control those cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head writer at a Western-style restaurant called Le Carnaval. And he coughed up blood. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. It should. That, doesn't happen ordinarily. Well, it really, really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. What, Grand? This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery 3 days ago. I'm bad at English, apparently. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, aspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection! Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. Ugh. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? He really does. No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. But there were 3 tables occupied. Huh? What did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Well, taking into consideration that he made a false statement, it wouldn't be inappropriate to interject here. So...
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Wait, are you talking about me, like with my examination, or... Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection! Objection!
Dear me, dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. You know, taking into consideration that he does cough up blood, he probably has some form of health problem. I don't know any sort of health problem that would be relating to coughing up blood, but if he coughs blood as often as this, his memory could be hazy due to blood loss, I would think. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yeah, why is he so nervous? What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. I'm probably... Can you shut up? Hold on. I can't actually think with that coughing. The head waiter's business card. A sketch of the restaurant's layout is on the back. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Okay, so what I was going to say is, I might be quick to judge, but I want to keep in mind the fact that he started coughing the moment he started becoming nervous, which would insinuate that we can judge whether he's calm and relaxed or a nervous wreck based off of his coughing. I might be quick to judge on that, though. So, the court has now heard a precis of the case. Deceased of the case. Yes, at the moment, the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant of the trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you're determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba has said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing to now throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. I'm kinda hyped right now, I'm not gonna lie. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings. Tisk, well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. And he's egotistical? Egotistical just like the future pain. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Ugh. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Ice cream! Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army's Sergeant Nosa, reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, the humble premises in the 2nd District. Kiryu Ryo Korakuda at your service. Why are these names so long? An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And, not infrequently, converse with interested parties regarding the curios from which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnaval. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnaval because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreign in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. What the fuck was that? It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. It was a baby! So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. But then he would have to be at the scene of the crime, in which the waiter did not report them being there. Unless he was merely talking about the person that the victim was with. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Okay, baby man. Sir, yes sir, standing by report. Ready to report, sir. Hmm. Unsavory. I can't English today, I'm sorry. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. But it was straight on, through the chest. From a gunshot wound to the chest. Picture. Steak. Yeah. I know. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes. All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. Well, that's one of your first mistakes. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. The woman's. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal is. There he is. Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now! As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare—
Yes!
Yes! What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I am, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. That's not how it works. You can't object to that. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle truly begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. You know, another thing that I actually just thought of that would indicate that that statement has to be a blatant lie is the gunshot wound didn't go through the victim's body. It only went in through one way, and it never exited. So if we show the photo, that should be clear evidence that, you know, it was through the front, not the back. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. What the fuck was that? Alright then, it's all or nothing. What the witnesses saw. Welcome back, X-Fan. You missed a funny moment. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Ugh, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryunosuke. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using the evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing RB. RBs! Yum! Go through each witness statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency. When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seems to contradict each other, present your evidence with why and rip the witness apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Pursue the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with the witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again as many times as you like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. So, I already know the contradiction. However, maybe I can gain new information by pressing.
Yes!
Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I haven't actually thought of what I wanted to say. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then, this beefsteak you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Tension! Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Out of mana. Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. That actually sounds good. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it! Yes, sir, I will, sir! On the double, sir! Oh my lord. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry, I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise? Negative, wah. Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. And I got an achievement for that! Prime Presser. I'm dead. I'm so fucking dead.
Yes!
That was so worth pressing. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, Koban, boy. A Koban? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hawaii period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day, with said items secreted in my bosom pocket. In the hope of an influent cognoscent appraised of its indisputable value being present. So, you were hoping to sell your Koban coin to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant? Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so? Well... Little upstart cadet. You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination. No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman aside me, who was grappling with his braised veil at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes.
Yes!
So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative. I saw you. Laughing, cackling, like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. That's the funny moment, X-Men. That's the funny moment. They repeated it. I love it too. The way he just looks at his hands and then back at the witness. But that's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment at when the killer actually fired the gun. Arg. And double arg. My sixth sense. Sorry. My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I'd have got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well... It would seem this soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I'm gonna stop pressing, and I'm just gonna...
Yes!
And for X-Men, the reason I presented this so quickly without pressing in too much is because the statement was that we shot the victim from the back, but that can't be so because the bullet went in only through one way. It didn't exit the body, and it was through the chest, as the photo shows. So there's no way it could have been through the back. What? What are you playing at, Cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? In inconsistency, sir. I mean, yeah. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. Tisk, what nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. Arg, this is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. This music's a vibe. What? Sergeant Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? What? What? Oh, well, What the... What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. So you lied. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. Ugh, that's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Burn! There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I've already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? In a restaurant? Really? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed. The Hoi-era koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasu Tae. A murder hobo. In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you? On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoi treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, was there no more. It simply vanished. The koban vanished? Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. A gunshot. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoi treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? Probably not. No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoi koban was lost to me. I don't know about that, Ara. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself, as he looks at the sergeant. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now, let alone a false verdict. What is your position, Prosecutor Auchi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone looking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido. Tension! Well, I think we discovered why, X-Men. He's too strapped for cash, and... well... debatably, he's the father? Oh yeah, your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. He's the father, and he's too strapped for a nanny. I love that everyone's stealing my catchphrase. These things are a hell of a drug. I think you mean stream delay, X-Man. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, that much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Who's we? Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, all dining by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies... Okay. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. Ugh. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed. Of the table at which the victim is dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can clearly be seen, there is only one place set. Hold on a minute. Okay. Certainly based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. Arg, this doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. The photographic print of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before us said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. It is pretty curious. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh in the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Aochi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Tisk. Rules can be so unbending at times. Ugh. I'm gonna quickly work on finishing my ice cream before it melts completely. It really did become a milkshake. I let it sit too long. Also, Gran, do you mean you're leaving, or? You can't expect witness statements to be full of holes every time. So just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. I did drink up. I also drank. What do you mean? You can choose to either press or present against each of the witness statements. The witness is saying something you're suspicious about. Press him on it with LB. With a little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be crucial. Right, I see. The important thing... The important point is there's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witnesses on it and press them hard. Alright, got it. I'll press them like blocks of tofu. The professor wasn't alone at the restaurant, I'm sure of it. In one way or another, this cross-examination is going to prove I'm right. It's time to press them for all they're worth. My fate depends on it. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing... I should have pressed on that. Whoops. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Ugh, oh... What's the matter? I can't find anything. I can't find a... I'm done for. I can't win this trial. No. No, no, no! Oh no, no, no. This thing is... Okay, it's just repeating itself. Yeah, it's just repeating itself.
Yes!
No, 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 it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. You keep saying that. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Grr. And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in the most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Kurikuda-san?
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already. That's only because I'd picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. I'm bad at English. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the coupon from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. The thing is, though, he said that though, that nothing could distract him from finding the Koban coin. To which he had suspicions of the sergeant pickpocketing. While there was a fuss.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection! Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Arg. If only there had been more people dining there at that time, then someone else would have noticed her. If that were the case, then nobody would have shot a firearm. Probably. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 PM when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you would expect. Certainly, 2 PM is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eaten at that time of day and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hada Clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 PM. Very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. I'm bad at English.
Me?
The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Any evidence is important. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? Fact that it's evidence? Court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of no concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. A medical report card from Hada Clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. The victim's medical card was reported. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial just as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kurakuda-san.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone? That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one. He does also have a point with that. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, Cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you were the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at this scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Schizo. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Alright, Arapaima, sleep well. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it a little more in detail. How exactly? Yes, I already figured this out. That I didn't know, but I could rotate. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. Yeah, it's kinda choppy. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. That. It says how to click on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Thank you for the follow, the Sephiroth Killer. How are you doing? Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Sneeze. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I'd heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Unfortunately, when I was a kid, I had something similar, and my aunt, not like she didn't care, but rather I begged her because I was hungry. Let me eat food. So, yeah, not the best effects. Do not eat or drink at all if you have laughing gas. A record of dental work. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment and been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water, which would indicate that the plate of food could have only been the woman's. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Hold on, hold on.
Yes!
I didn't mean to press. I meant to look at the court record. Oh. I already snacked. And I don't have another snack. Okay. So...
Yes!
well, I think, about... What are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under those circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Kore Kuda-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Oh my god. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You were not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But... let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. Grr, but that's, remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil. Okay. The game really likes to interrupt my reading. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believed it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hara Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating... Yep. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't... Kurekuda-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. He strengthened his table slam. But that cannot possibly be the case. Grr. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about, or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the table's just... I literally fucking facepalmed. That was terrible. That was terrible. I don't have a snack. Stop redeeming snacks. Now hydrate I can do, which I just did. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Suke? Hmm? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Hey, Retro. How are you doing? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been an as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You would not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial... Wait, what? 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 Thank you for the raid, Flash. I didn't press anything. Also thank you for the follow, Majin Lord. How are you doing? You will also be deemed complicit in the killing. complicit in murder? Ree, thank you for the follow, Orbicat. How are you doing? Ree. Why Ree? I don't know. The screen is flashing, Flash is flashing. No, negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. Ree. Noodle Stabbing Association. Following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just so you never saw the gentlewoman, that's what they told us. Who's they? Oh. What? What did you just say, Kurakura-san? Ree! Thank you for the bits, Black. I don't have a snack. Stop snacking! Ree! That will stretch, though. Oh, no. I don't
Have snacks.
Whee! You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad. I was, So you never saw the gentlewoman? Grr. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean... You saw the victim with the lady from overseas? Hi, Foxy. I am not fucking thick. What?
Objection!
What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false test statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Order, council, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. And he went back to... He went back to baby slabs! No! He went... Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. Well, you're in court. You don't get to keep classified information. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aochi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. Wait, was I? It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well? Any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all of this? Go back to bed, Foxy. Read. Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... The only one with any sort of power would be him. Alright, Pistachio. Sleep well.
Yes!
There. What do you make of that? Think, Counsel, that you may want to close your ears as well as your eyes. Otherwise, the sighs of disappointment in the courtroom may very well deafen you. Was... I was wrong. Okay. Right. I should do that. Okay, how do I... Can I not examine my evidence? What is Rasute again? I don't remember what Rasute is, but the only one I can think of that has any level of authority would be this person. I can't examine evidence, though, right now.
Yes!
Yeah. To be fair, though, I wasn't able to examine another thing. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With the family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor. I mean, as long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege, all when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. I already read all this earlier. This plan at the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly, and that's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen. Hmm? Oh yes, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ryunosuke. My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a Yume student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you can just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere. But then I forget not to forget that. And the thing is, Grand, what they basically want me to pinpoint is who is somebody with authority that would cause the two witnesses to lie about not seeing a woman. That's basically what I'm having to do. I guessed him because he is a sergeant. I guessed him because his description literally says authority. Head waiter of a European-style restaurant. So he could also be it because Japan is trying to be in favor of Europe, right? Surrender on the day of the incident. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hasunaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hasunaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. Well, let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somewhere here... Yep, so it has to be him. That just further proves it.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosanaga's son's real identity, as proven by this evidence, is...
Yes!
the plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. That's why he was nervous about giving the sketch. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything... Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious. He already did confess earlier that it was his business card. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. I heard any mention of this before. The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Ooh... Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take his plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. This is good music, I'm not gonna lie. I strive to carry out all investigators flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible. I saw that. I saw that before the game tried to skip past it. Ah, of course, your salary must be terrible. That's funny. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hasanaga. We will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Ahem. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady who I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say... remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect... well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. I'm not playing Pokemon Unite, Retro. You're ruining the immersion. One possibility does spring to mind. Damn it, Rachel. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university's professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brait. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Ugh. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Giselle Brait and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. Why do you care so much? As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? I think it's gonna be a problem. Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brait to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. No, I want to continue with the case. I want to continue with the case. Sorry. I think I'm gonna continue with the case. As long as there's no investigation that's required. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Giselle Brait, student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Mr. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table. I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just before I bent down and picked it up... I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining room. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system, even more so. Which is why... I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest, youngest stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution won't be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Prosecutor Auchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Ugh, sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Do you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down in our nation's boundaries? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. God damn, Grand. Also, hi again, Vex. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. That would probably be something you have to look up, Grand. This is the time where they're just discovering photographs. You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Very good quote. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats. Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Britt. Yes. Your Excellency! I'm cringing. Oh, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan and from such a distant land. Tea, someone bring... I'm getting flashbacks to the third Ace Attorney game. How ironic that the descendant of Pain and, the judge shrimp for a pretty lady. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, ahem. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
He wasn't talking to you!
We already got your name and occupation! Okay. We already got your occupation! Oh my god. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Lick.
I didn't even get to finish. I will hydrate.
Yes, yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners in English? I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. Is that true? No idea. He's not having any of this bullshit. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke. The powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. What's wrong? Can't show your eyes? What's wrong? Can't speak English? Oh, it probably sounds like gibberish for, Japanese ears. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... what? I shut the... I know, Grand! I said in fairness. Read. Shut up, Grant. Lady says her name is Giselle Bray. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people through the mouth of a Japanese man. Okay. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Haha, you obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. Yeah. Yeah, Vex, yeah. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnaval, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. Through all that, she just says yes. Really? Be still at work, Vex? If so, hope you have a good rest of your work. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Uh-huh. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following the special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Soon as you were, so unfortunately, present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say... Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order in court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Bullshit. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Here we go. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument? Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning... Okay. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this Snow White angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Ugh. Just still making the same mistakes for Yunosuke. It doesn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. It's a lesson you need to learn. Ugh, but he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so... On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there was nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Ah, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think like that. Don't think about doing anything rash, Yunosuke. I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, you will need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Here we go. I arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only. A beef steak. That adds up so far. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. That's a lie. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Ree! I know that's you, Shiro. Thank you for the gift sub. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red head ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. The first thing to do is to press her on any of her statements that seems even slightly off to you. Do that and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. That's not what I meant to do.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact, that's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late lunches are en vogue, isn't that right? No. Decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman's currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say. And that was because he'd just had a tooth removed at the Hada clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. That she probably caused. 'Cause an earlier statement said that there were burn marks in the wound of the chest or the clothes. And they indicated that it was close, like, very close range that the shot happened. So, if she was sitting at the same exact table, then that's just further evidence that she's the culprit. Because if the waiter was in the kitchen, he couldn't have caused the shot. And I don't know enough about firearms to know for sure, but debatably, the other two couldn't have been close enough for the gunshot wound to leave burn marks. Yeah. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. Thank you, Shiro. I know that's you. You can't lie to me. Just water? Yes, the professor wasn't able to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. Same, Grand. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. And we're back to the tiny baby snaps. Because if we look at the table, there's only one glass. Yeah, he didn't eat, but if he was given permission to drink water, then where's his glass? The last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hoped there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke.
Yes!
I never gotten into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him, was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it was you, Shiro. I knew it was you. Thank you for the bits. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak... Shh. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. Stall. Supiku... Speak English. He's speaking katakana right now, which is supposed to be foreign to Japan. Not local. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Yeah, he was trying to speak katakana towards the end there, which is the closest you can kind of get to a Japanese speaker speaking English, still in the Japanese tongue? Question mark? But, for a time a year or so ago, I did try to learn some hiragana and katakana, but ended up giving up on that because Japanese is complex as fuck. They have like 3,000 plus kanji for you to memorize just by itself. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is... it's odd. Very odd. Dear me. What's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ugh. Yunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true... there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over... Che? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Che, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I had been there all along. She's saying. Good gracious. Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Hang on a minute. Okay, I'm back. Oh, please. You must remember that this student had just murdered this lady, luncheon companion before her very eyes. You could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray. That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on this case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. Bullshit she has. The fact she felt the need to hide the glass is suspicious. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper connection there, it's... The reason I'm thinking it's the handbag is... well, it's kinda hard to conceal a glass with liquid inside a handbag. But the focus should be the glass itself, I think. If you ask me, it's the fact that she took the glass that it has a deeper significance here. Why do you think that? Because it's the property of the restaurant. It's not some harmless act of pilfering like taking a bar of soap home from the public baths, is it? You take soap from the public baths? What? No, I mean, that isn't significant here. It's very significant. But this isn't the time or the place. There are more important things to concentrate on now. I think maybe should reconsider your position too. Sorry, I will. Leah's offered the... Okay. Alright. So, my initial suspicion was correct. It's the handbag that's suspicious. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to carry a gun. I did not think about that. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. So my thinking wasn't totally on the spot, but kinda was. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. Order, order, order! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Yeah, because that's totally what's important. Totally not like someone got murdered. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. Why? I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, miswork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order, order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. A photograph taken by Hosonaga-san after the incident occurred. It shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, Counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There was no way to defeat true justice. Why is that, Aegis? A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Oh. I can see if I have time to do so. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Having considered...
Yes!
Okay. I guess I'm gonna have to get used to that. I don't know if I'm gonna get on VR chat, honestly. Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago, you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the woman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, Counsel. Certainly, the new evidence have been submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha, my thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Alright, Shiro. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Asanaga submitted before. I'm gonna take a look at the save button right now. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. I will stretch. Alright. X-Men, sleep well. Also, hi Waffles, how are you doing? I see that blood stain. No, it's head. That's a cow. Let's see. We already pointed out that the handbag is basically see-through, and there's no gun. At least that can be seen. No, the overlay is not blocking anything. I genuinely don't see anything. I guess I'll point this out.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. Of course she does. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in that hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link the burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shut-in door back open again. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed the burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. The gunshot wound. That's the only thing that can be linked to the burn mark.
Yes!
The victim's burn is clearly related to this piece of evidence in the court record.
Objection!
Then explain to the court in 5 words or less what the nature of that connection is. Well, it's obviously, thank you. 5 highly illuminating words. And Shiro, to clarify, it was specified very early on in the trial that the gunshot wound had to be point blank because there were burn marks either on the wound itself or the clothing. And this game is currently dated around the area where photography was first discovered. So it's very early on. What? As I suspected, the rookie student is bluffing. Again. Wait, what? I know, Grand. I'm trying to figure out myself, too. Ah. Yep. Grand kinda just straight up told me, but...
Yes!
That actually kinda frustrates me a little bit. What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? As I said, it was blatantly told to me.
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Yunosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Alchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hasanaka? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnaval, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. Not to mention that his hand is limp in the picture, which would indicate that he would have already been deceased at the point. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, Sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... we'd been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson, he was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Alchi, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, This whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, but you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy. But rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Ah, Miss Brett? You speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Okay. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well... You're the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. Shut the fuck up. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can been taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably couldn't pick up on it anyway. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history, thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes!
But his hand was on the steering plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? What fun. You haven't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Inosuke. Oh my god. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway...
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table... I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway.
Yes!
I'm gonna stop reading chat.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must already have been dead at that point. And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. Arg.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, purish thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, Ouchie, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. Without looking at chat, Rand, it must be related to the class? Fair point. Because without leaving a trace, I'm kinda sorta starting to think that maybe he was poisoned?
Yes!
Okay, I got it wrong. Never, not until I've proven that I'm innocent here.
Yes!
Let's press on this. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. In this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. The Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction... What the fuck? That was loud in my ears. Vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there was something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. That would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clues somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? I mean, about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. It might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Okay. Yeah, he coughs up blood whenever he gets nervous.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police...
Wait.
Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very difficult now. Or different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost on his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry, pursue. I'll explain how to do it now, Yunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Barrett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with the D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker and focus on the detective. Then pursue him and see what's on his mind.
Wait. Excuse me.
What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. And yeah, Kata, I'm wanting to finish this case because I'm actually really into it. He really was lost on his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he is intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, haven't been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water, I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle, I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. The carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder, it was on the victim's table. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. He would have had to have been dead in order to have received the mark because he didn't scream.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table... I'm afraid I don't remember that. Yeah, because he had to have been dead at that point.
Yes! Excuse me!
What I mean is, does nothing strike you as This is hopeless. No matter how hard I try, I just can't get past that cough.
Yes!
Excuse me.
Okay, so... I wanted to pursue her, but... Yeah, I kinda agree, Grand.
Yes!
I've already read all this. Do we get a reaction? Nope, no reaction.
Yes!
I never even thought of pursuing another witness over the current witness's statements. That was a great idea of yours, Kazuma. Well, it was all thanks to you noticing that the detective had reacted strangely to what the lady said. I'd never have guessed he had all that bubbling away under the surface. To be honest, you keep surprising me at every turn. Sorry? Oh, never mind. So we know that Dr. Wilson was killed at around the time the steak was brought to his table. And by some means that left no physical trace on his body. If you could just demonstrate how it was done. I do have one idea about that, about how the professor was killed. Maybe I should just present the evidence and see what happens? Should I really though, with just 2 strikes left? The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it mean? What does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much I've actually parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. You can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. You don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, you know, Suke. In more ways than one. I wonder... That's basically the conclusion that I've been coming to.
Yes!
Of course. I know it has to be the bottle.
Yes!
Here it is. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. I said it a while ago. I know, Gran, sometimes I need to learn how to do that properly. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous, to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you ever even considered the delicate situation our country Stop thinking about fucking politics! Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one's individual guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Ahem, if I may. I will silence you forever. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, You still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe? The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. So he rigs investigations that he takes part in? Because he has a play in them? I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Hmm? Please wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistance to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. I really want to continue, but the fact that it's another to be continued makes me think there's a lot more to go over. I... Mm, I really should stop right now. I've been going on for 8 hours. Uh... Um, thank you all for joining. I think I'm gonna IV come. Raid IV come. I can't English. I'm stupid. I thought I couldn't English before. I can't English now. Um, so this was the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I really want to thank you all for joining me tonight and sticking with me for like 8 hours. We'll finish this tomorrow, probably. But if you all want to see various art that I make, memes that I make, or video game clips that I post, I have a Twitter. I also have a Discord server that everyone above the age of 18 is free to join. And with that, we are going to go on ahead and raid IvyCom. Thank you all for joining me tonight, and I'll see you all next time. Bye.